I can hear someone breathing. Has someone hooked on? Hello? Hello?
Sorry, Teresa's here. I
Thank
couldn't tell if my microphone was on.
I could hear you breathing.
I guess I'm taking my deep breathing relaxation.
That was funny. Any questions I can help you with, Teresa?
No,
Okay.
thank you.
I can't see you, so I don't know if your camera's on or not. Is there anyone else checking in yet? Teresa, are you there? Teresa?
All right, yeah, I'm here.
Could you turn your camera on so I can see if it's going to work or not tonight?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. Now, if we don't have a mess like last week, I hope. Thank you. That's what I needed to know.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. Where are you at, Teresa?
I'm in Manti.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, that's a beautiful place. Yeah.
Yeah.
What grade? Tell me about you.
I actually just barely got hired, so I'm pretty excited. I'm going to be teaching kindergarten next year.
Oh, that's my very favorite. That's my very favorite. I did that 18 years.
Yeah, I'm excited. I taught Head Start before, so I'm moving up in age a little bit.
I don't know, Jesse, who teaches high school, claims they still act the same. So
Yeah.
Thank you for turning your camera on, because remember last week we had trouble with the cameras. So
Yeah.
maybe tonight we won't have any trouble, I hope.
Yeah, I think it'll be good.
You can turn it off if you want to. You don't, oh, there's Laura. Hi, Laura. I can't hear you, Laura. Your mic's not on.
Can you hear me now?
I sure can, but I can't see you now.
There you go.
Both of them. Both of them.
There we go.
Did I embarrass you at all last week? I hope not.
You're fine.
I just knew that, that you were doing so well, and I could call on you, but I didn't want to embarrass you at all. How's your little boy doing that we talked about?
Oh, he's doing really well. And I now have 2 more that are in 6th grade reading 30 words a minute. So,
wow.
Yep.
You have what, 4 more weeks of school, 5?
Yeah, but we're doing all we can. I'm really excited today. I don't teach 7th grade, but I was working with my 2 6th graders on reading, and he said, "Wow, I really could use some help reading." And I said, "Oh, do you struggle with reading?" He goes, "And spelling." I said, "Well, if you want to work, I'll work with you." And so here's a 7th grader who's not my student asking if I will help him learn how to read better. It was so cute. Made my day.
That's amazing when they ask for help.
Yep.
That's the first big step, because if they don't want it, now what do you do?
Yep.
Well, so far cameras are working, everything's working, so knock on wood. Everything's going to work tonight. Any questions you have? Any comments, Laura?
No, I just can't see you, but
oh, I can see you tonight, so
that's good.
Yeah, that's good.
Although, I like to turn my camera off and hide, though.
I know you do, and kind of hide. But you don't need to do that. When I went home, I thought, hope she's not mad at me, because I called on her twice. I kind of thought you'd be here, and I'd kind of ask you first, but since you weren't, I didn't have a chance to ask you to call on you. Is anyone else? Oh, there's Paula.
Yeah,
Hi,
Paula is here. How are you? I can see you.
Good. Any comments, questions I can help you with before everybody gets here?
No, I'm okay. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, I'll be glad to help. You have my email and my phone if you ever feel like you're not understanding what we're up to here, because most of these people have been in these classes quite a while. Are you going to take the next 2 with Chris Labrum?
I am.
They're in the fall. You'll love them. She's an excellent teacher. She's a principal now. She started as a science teacher in this very room I'm in, and then she went to assistant principal, and now she's a principal. And she's a character. You'll love her. Anybody else out there?
This is Tammy checking in.
Okay, Tammy, thank you. All right, there. How are you doing today?
Doing good.
Is the wind howling at your place?
No, but we're getting lots of beautiful sunshine.
Well, wow. Don't send the wind my way. It's 45 right now.
Oh,
blowing. Yeah. Oh, there's Cindy. Hi, Cindy.
Hi, how are you tonight?
I'm fine. Oh, your hair is pretty.
Oh, thank you.
So much of it. Any questions or comments you have I can help you with?
I think I'm good for now, but there might be some.
Yep. You have my email and my phone number. Oh, don't hesitate to call.
Great, thank you.
Anybody else?
Amy McIntosh is here.
Amy, okay. Where's
Ashley
Amy?
Hatton's here.
Just a minute, Ashley Hatton. Just a second, I'll find it right there. And Amy McIntosh. I gotta go right. Where are you? Oh, right there. Found you. Okay. Any questions or comments you have, Ashley?
I don't think so right now.
How's the little ones?
They are great.
That's a fun age, but I bet you get tired.
Yes, they're busy.
Anyone else to check in?
Marcia Hunt's here.
Marcia, oh good. How are you today, Marcia?
I'm doing pretty good today. Thank you.
I can't see you. I can see Paula, but I can't see Marcia. So check your camera. Anyone else? Oh, there's Jesse. Oh, and he looks so happy. Are you awake?
I'm awake now. There's no promise by the end of class, though.
Looks like you're holding your head up already. Was it a rough day with all those big kids?
Today wasn't actually all that bad. It was a pretty good day. They're back into the groove of school, hopefully ready to finish strong. So.
And do you coach any of them in any of the sports too, or just teach?
I help coach football.
Oh, I figured you did. Those big shoulders.
Yep.
Where did you play at?
Sport.
What school did you play at?
San Juan. So I
okay.
went to school here, and then luckily I get to teach here now. So it works out really good.
Yeah, I've been down there a lot. I've had teachers in these classes where I had to go visit them in level 2. So I've been in all your schools. It's amazing down there. Beautiful.
Yes, it is. It's good enough that I don't want to leave. So.
Yep, I don't blame you. Yeah. Oh, there's Kaylin. Good. Kaylin, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine. What's new with you today?
Not much.
Not much. The day's over. Ready for. Anybody else checking in? We're missing Stacy and Brenda and Sarah, Courtney, Nicole, Ashley, Rex. Anybody? Anybody else? Not yet. Anything I can help you with, Kayleen? Everything's okay with you?
Everything's good with me.
Good, good. Courtney, are you there yet? Or Nicole? Megan's going to be just a little bit late. Kirsten's going to be just a little bit late. And Charlotte. But they'll be coming. Brenda, are you there yet? Not yet, okay. Nicole, are you there yet?
I'm here.
Oh, good. Oh, good. How are you, Nicole?
I'm great. Thank you for asking. How are you doing?
Did you have a good day?
Yeah, I did.
My day wasn't quite as sharp. I bought my husband a brand new Ram, 22 Ram for Valentine's, and a guy ran into him yesterday. So that wasn't real happy, but they're fixing it today, I hope so.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. That's terrible.
Any questions you have about class I can help you with? Anything you didn't understand or? Okay, good, good. All right, well, how about Charlotte, Sarah, Ashley Rex, Brenda Prince, or Stacy McGinnis? Are you there yet? Not yet. I still have a couple, 3 minutes. I have 4:23, so. Are you at home, Paula? That's sure a pretty picture on your wall.
I'm in my office yet at home.
Oh,
Thank you.
Louise, can you hear me?
Oh, Courtney, yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I tried to check in and it wasn't working. It wasn't working last time either at the beginning. So
Yeah, so far we're doing fine. Yeah, you're fine. How
Okay.
are you today, Courtney?
Good. How are you?
Are you at school or at home?
Home.
You're home.
I
Good.
was supposed to have meetings, but it got canceled, so I got to come home.
Why isn't that unusual?
I know. I was excited.
How about Ashley Rex or Brenda or Stacy McGinnis?
Brenda just got here.
Oh, good. Good, Brenda. How are you today?
Good. Sorry, I couldn't find the link. It was on my email from home, and I'm at school today, so I was having a struggle.
So far, everything's going okay. I'm still knocking on wood that everything's okay tonight.
Good.
We'll start in about 2 more minutes. I have 4:26, no, 4:24, I guess. We're just missing Megan, who'll be a little bit late, and Charlotte, who'll be just a little bit late. Sarah, are you there? Or Ashley Rex, or Stacy McGinnis? Oh, there's Stacy right there. There's Stacy. Can you hear and see us? Oh, good. I can't hear you. I can see your mouth move.
Oh, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Anything I can help you about class? Any questions? No? Good. All right. We'll wait just 2 more minutes and then it'll be 4:30. At least on my clock. Ashley Rex, have you checked in yet? She couldn't make it hook in last week. Are you there, Ashley Rex? Not yet. Sarah Sargent will be just a little late in Charlotte. Okay, first, if you go to the announcements or just look on your screen, look at number 1 here, my apologies for the issue last class. I'm kind of a worrier and I want everything to go right. So I had paid one of the people that works here in the tech to come in and help us and check all this equipment. And he came and he couldn't figure it out last week. And this system has never done that before where I couldn't see you. So I don't know what happened last week, but I'm sorry about the mess we had last week. Let's go to our modulars today then, please. Is there anyone that cannot see the screen now or cannot see where I'm at? Speak up or raise your hand if you can't see it. Okay, let me go to the syllabus just a minute. I had a couple of people ask a question. Okay, it does say here that class goes from 4:30 to 8:30, but I told you I have to be out of this room by 8, so never plan on staying that long. We take a break every hour, so in case you need to call a babysitter, see if somebody needs to call you, so you'll know that, they can call you and not interrupt what you're doing. The course description is pretty self-explanatory. The objectives are under review. I'm on a committee right now. They chose, 20 teachers, and then we're meeting with the universities to see if these are the right objectives. So in 2018 was the last time these objectives, somebody's got their mic on. Check your mic, somebody, I can hear a man. So what we're doing is looking and reading the discussion of K through 12 literacy learning. Remember, we're doing all these things: oral language, reading, writing, speaking, viewing, visually representing and listening skills. And there were a lot of handouts last week about listening skills. We're going to read and find research and apply, what we're doing and share what strategies you have found that's effective in your classes. The purpose is pretty self-explanatory. These are all literacy practices: research, reading, writing, reflecting. They all are part of literacy. You can always read the course target standards. They're there they come from SUU. These are some of the texts I'm using. I highly recommend it because I really like them. I found a brand new one that just came out this week. Let me show you a new book that's out. It's called Flexibly Grouped Classroom. Sometimes they say it's the way we organize our classrooms that we can get the most equity and growth out of our students. So do we always sit in rows, or do we always sit in tables? The girls always sit in some places and the boys always sit in some places. I found this book because I have a granddaughter who goes to school in Harriman, and her teacher last year always let the girls sit together. But this year, the teacher found this book, and she really believes that we need to mix it up sometimes. Certain ones do like to sit, and there's a comfort zone, but it's so much nicer if we can move around. And she would call me up, and she was really unhappy. She says, I have to sit by Richard. Can you call my teacher? And I said, no, I can't call your teacher and tell her you don't want to sit by Richard. I said, tell me about Richard. I don't know anything about him. I said, that's your first step then. You need to know something about Richard, and maybe you'll find out you liked him. And then she called me about a week later, and she said, he's really good in math. He's helping me. So just look at your grouping and how you group in your classroom. Some students are self-conscious and don't like to work alone, and some take over a group, and some never say anything. I watched a video one time that a teacher took of my husband way back when my husband was in 7th grade, and he said, I never had heard his voice. He never said anything. And some students do that. They don't want to talk, and they need to. So this is one of the newest books that's out, called The Grouped Classrooms. That's just a suggestion that, if you're looking, they're not expensive books. I never go for expensive books. These are like $8 books, $5, $6, and $8 books. So I never go for the big expensive books. And there's a lot of them out there. For example, let me show you one more while I'm talking about it. Oh, let me go back here and show you this one. This is the Fontes and Pinelli Literacy Continuum, a tool for assessment, planning, and teaching. And it's this big, and it costs $350. And it's good, but I don't think it's worth $350. I'm sorry. But anyway, so I try to find books that are affordable. So most of the ones on the list there on us are real good books. Real good books. They're by Chomsky and some of the big researchers that we're going to be talking about. So you can look through that list. Also, if you're looking for articles and you don't know where to look, here's a list of things. The Reading Teacher, the Reading Early Childhood Research Quarterly. There's a whole bunch of resources for you here, too. Now, remember, there's only 3 assignments. I want to be sure you understand. The reflective journal is what we do at the end of each class. And I'll give you time, or you don't have to do it tonight. You have a week to put it on. But you simply write what you did like this week, what you thought about the class, or what questions you had, or respond to other people, because you need to talk to your classmates. If we were in the same room, of course, we'd have some good conversations. But you can still have it on that website, and that's worth 60 points, or 50 points each week for 300 points. Sometime through one of these classes, I will call on you every night and ask if you want to do it tonight or next time. Sometime between now and the last class, I want you to find 3 articles that you've read. You can look at any research. I'll show you lots of more other articles here too. You'll find them in books, but one you'll tell us about. You'll say, I found this article, and it was all about flexible grouping, and I've never tried that. So I'm going to try that, or something about your teaching situation. You just write a very short little review, and it goes under the research one, so other people could find it. And then in class, you're going to present one short, no more than 5 minutes, say, I found this book, and what I liked about it was, but I didn't really like this, or just give us an idea, because we can't read everything that's out there. even though I try to sometimes buy them and read them all. When in the literature class, I thought some of those teachers were going to buy every book we talked about and they'd have no place to store them. But anyway, find one article that you tell us about. So I'll show you some examples tonight. And then the last one is every week you practice one strategy in your classroom, whatever you want to do. It can come from our the text I put on for you. I didn't want you to buy the text that goes with this class. It was $150, and it was called Teaching Literacy in the Early Grades. Well, they've changed it now. This is supposed to go K-12, so I didn't think the book was worth it. So I put the strategy book on, and here are the examples of what's in that strategy book. Let me see if I can make that bigger so you can see it. There are a whole bunch of strategies on activating prior knowledge. You could choose one from there. There are a lot of them on text structure, a lot of thinking strategies, a lot of about 4 questioning strategies, some on summarizing, note-taking, and graphic organizers, some on using literary and biographical strategies, some on math, some on review and assessment, some on vocabulary, articles for improving general vocabulary, linking vocabulary to background, understanding the meaning of words in context, understanding relationship among words, and vocabulary activities for review. So those are just some of the strategies in that book that I already posted for you, so you don't have to buy it. It's in class 1. I put it also in class 2. So that's what you do each week. And that's all you need to do. Only one do you present to the rest of us. Any question? Now, I did have a couple of people say, now, what do I have to do? 3 things. Post each week what you thought about class and ask questions. Read some articles and report on one of them to us. And then practice one of those strategies and write about it and say, I like this, or it didn't work for me, or I would do it differently, or just review something. Because sometimes we get stuck in our little ruts and we do the same thing every year, every day. And sometimes there are good strategies out there we don't know about. And so we are just trying to broaden your horizon, because the class is now called K-12 Instructional Practices. So they want you to practice things. Try something you've never tried before. And we're going to have some more examples tonight. Any questions about that now?
Yes, Louise, do you want us to document in the assignment each week which one we did, which one we practiced?
You only have to do one. You don't have to do one each week, because you'll be talking about them. And as you talk about them, this is what I do. Let me show you this one now. I have all your names down, and I see who's talking and who's not talking about different things. And last week we had such a mess that some people didn't get a chance even. So as you share just verbally, one written one, and the rest of them, if you have something to share this week, share it verbally. And I will write down that last week Laura talked, but this week she hasn't said anything yet. Now I can mark down that Laura has asked a question this week. Because sometimes we call on the same students. Have you ever noticed yourself doing that? Especially like last week, when we were in such a hurry, you might call on somebody, they'll answer right off. And we forget other people. So just trying to practice what I preach. Questions that answer that question?
I have a quick question.
Go ahead.
So I'm not currently teaching in a classroom, so how would you like me to implement this assignment?
Do it with your little children.
Okay.
What strategy do you do to teach them to sit and listen and read? Or if you teach a class in a church activity, a community activity, or just read about them and say, when I think I'd like to teach 1st grade, I think this strategy might work. Just investigate what's out there.
Perfect.
Just do the best you can if you don't have a classroom right now.
Okay, thank you.
Practice on your husband. How do you get him to do dishes? They say praise works. I don't know if that works or not. I love the way you do the dishes. Not that you've ever done them, but I love it. I'm kidding, of course. Any other questions?
Louise, I have a question.
Okay, Stacy.
Okay, so when I looked at my syllabus, it has on there April 13th, extended learning strategy share. Is that where I'm putting in the strategy that I used? Because I'm apparently behind
It
in.
can be any week. That they wanted, SUU put that in there. That would be a good week to put it in. You can put, yeah, but that's where you put it. Yes, that's what they called it. Extended
So that's
learning.
the one I do every single week, and that's the one I'm reporting on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Louise, is that?
Yes.
I think this is Cindy Davis. I guess I'm a little bit confused on a couple things. So
All right.
the learning strategy, last week you said we have to do one.
Just one verbally to the rest of us, and the rest of them you just write on that extended one. This week I tried a reading group and put it in that under the on class 2 today on the extended learning, but you didn't actually tell us about it yet.
Okay, so if we I posted on the extended learning strategy for today, was there one that we were supposed to have done on the 13th then?
No, I gave you all credit because we just didn't have time last week because the system took an hour of our time. I just gave you credit.
Then the other question is, where do we go on here to post the article? Because I just see like all of the learning strategies and the discussions, but there's nothing for the article.
No, I haven't put it on yet because nobody had read it by last week, and I will be putting it on today. So
Okay.
It'll be there. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. I had that question too. I was like, wait, I'm really confused.
Yeah, where is it? Yeah, where is it? I knew no one would be ready yet, and I didn't want to make you feel pressured. Oh, I didn't get that done. Yeah, you have plenty of time. Don't stress out. The rest of it talks about the grading, the schedule. We're going to look at last week. We kind of looked at the birth to 5. We're going to finish up with that tonight. Remember that SUU wrote this schedule, and it's mostly for undergraduate students on the college level. A lot of this you already know. Like last week, we did go over what is literacy, and we're going to do a little thing. But when it says suggestions to extend your learning, you don't have to do these. The students on the campus have to choose one of them. For example, observe a literacy lesson, where you can't leave your class and go watch somebody else. There are 6 things that they recommend that you could do, 7 things to extend their learning, and the students on campus have to choose one of those and do one. You can read them over, and they are good suggestions. For example, number 6 is observe, interact with, or read about children ages, and be amazed at their progress and abilities, like finding an article about them. But those are just extended things for you as suggestions, not requirements, only on campus where they're, going to get their degree. That was another question people said, do I have to do those? They are suggestions. If you were in the undergraduate, yes, you would have to do those. Any other questions now? All right, then let's review what you learned last week. If you have a piece of paper by you, which is unusual because people don't have pieces of paper around them anymore, make yourself a pyramid. You can do it 2 different ways. This is a good way to review in your classes too, very simple. You can hand them a pyramid and say either this one, which is simpler, or this one. What did we talk about last week? What can you remember? For example, here's one I did just to see, I'll show you as an example. It says the bottom one should be 6 words. So in thinking about what we talked about last week, I thought, well, 6 words, literacy is more than just reading. Because we talked about all these different forms of literacy, and people usually think it's just reading. So that's a way to summarize and bring it back to me tonight, because it's been a whole week since we talked about. Then the next one has to have 5 words. Literacy is a critical element. I'm beginning more and more to realize to be literate is critical in today's life. And 4, being literate is necessary. And then to summarize it in 3 words, there are 6 literate parts. Reading, writing, speaking, listening, viewing, and visually representing are all part of literacy. And then the 2-1, I put oral literacy. Oral language is very important to get them started young. And then the last one, I just put literacy. So that kind of helps me remember what we talked about last week. And it's a good way to start your class. Say, what did we learn yesterday? Or if it's harder, like Jesse in the older grades, have them do it this way, where they have to add more to it. So I want you to think a minute now of what you learned about the forms of literacy last week. These are some of the ones you mentioned. Are there any we forgot? We talked about digital literacy. That is really coming in right now, isn't it? We talked about computer literacy, how to use the software in the computer. A new one is media, thinking critically about media. This is coming from this, excuse me if I say stupid, TikTok. I don't like some of these challenges this TikTok's coming up with, and it scares me. But new media, children need to learn to think critically about this new media that's out there. There's also information literacy. How do you find information? How do you decide if it's valid information? How do you identify and evaluate and say that's true or that's not true? Technology, that's used in various ways. Both writing, reading, looking things up. Are you technically literacy? Political. That's getting to be a big one right now, isn't it? Elections are coming up. You read a lot on the news right now, who's running what, and they believe this and that. And so are we politically literate? And do we participate? What about critical literacy or cultural literacy? Do you know all about your own culture or others' cultures? And multicultural, do you know about the world? What's going on in the Ukraine right now? Here's a bird walk. A bird walk means, side issue. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I talked to a lady last night, and her husband have been saving and saving. They're both teachers. He has 30 years in, she has 33 years in, and they're retiring in June. And they're saving their money to take a vacation to go around the world. And they saved up $30,000, and they have paid it in increments. They'll be gone 21 days, and they're going to see the world, the multicultural world that she's always wanted to see, until she realized that there's one stop in the Ukraine and one stop in Petersburg, Russia. So now she's afraid to go. So she asked if they could get their $30,000 back, and they said, no, we're still going to take that cruise. If you choose not to go, you just lose your $30,000. So she learned about the multicultural world in a hurry, didn't she? Oh, wowie. But then there's also visual literacy. When you see visual literacy, does it make sense to you? Is it culturally, can you read it, know about the culture? What do can you see details? What about financial? There's many forms of currency. Is everybody out there very familiar with Bitcoin and Venmo and what all those terms mean? I mean, some of you may be. What about critical? The pedagogical teaching approaches. There's so many teaching approaches right now. And we're hearing a lot about critical race theory and what strategies we should be using or not using. Are you functionally literate? Can you get by on a day-to-day basis? Are you biliterate? Can you speak two languages? And it's one that's just come out is scientific. What do you know about numbers and numerology? And so there are all these forms of literacy, and there might even be more. But literacy is not just reading, is it? It's a big part of our life to be literate. Have you ever met someone that's completely illiterate? Has anybody ever met somebody that's illiterate? Let me tell you about I have a neighbor out here, a man about in his 50s, and he's very successful if you say wealth is successful. Excuse me, teaching class right now. He knows animals and he knows land, and he has started some developments. He can sell cows. He knows all about cows. He cannot literally write his name. He makes an X for a check. So is he literate? Well, functionally, he gets by day-to-day basis if you think wealth is the goal. But do you know people that are illiterate? They all are in some forms. Think about these. How literate are you in every one of these areas? A little bit? Strong in some areas? Not so strong in other areas? We need to help our children, don't we? There'll probably be more. Does anybody want to add to that? Anybody else know any other kinds of literacy? That's what we talked about last week, wasn't it? Oh, I saw Charlotte drive. No, there's Kirsten. Are you listening in your car?
I am. I'm on my way home.
Thank you for checking in. See, now she's literate. She's very literate. How to drive, eat, and think about class at the same time.
So I was going to share on, I have a student that I worked with for several years, and no matter what we did, he has such a severe learning disability that reading and writing the progress was extremely slow for him. But we learned that Dad came in and shared his story, and again, he's he's been able to adapt. He's started a business. He's taught his son how to work and use his strengths, but he also, he reads as an adult. They shared at a 3rd grade reading level. And that, and so sometimes
We lost you. We lost you just now. We just lost you. We lost you. Kirsten, you can't hear me. We lost you just now. We can't hear you now. There you go. Now, there, you're back. No, we lost you in the car. Wait till you get to school and then call us and finish the story. Okay, she can't hear me, I guess. We can't hear you, Kirsten. Okay, let me tell you a story about another 2 boys. They're brothers out here in Roosevelt, and there's a lot of farming out here in Roosevelt, and they did not do well in school, and every teacher would say, oh, they're so dumb. I can't teach them anything. They're not literate in anything. But they realized that the farmers have to combine. A combine is to do your grain. And the machine is very, very, very expensive, and you only have 1 crop a year, and the farmer doesn't afford $400,000 for this machine. But these boys got them a loan and went from farm to farm to farm and did the combining. So they were functionally literate. They figured out how to make a living. They could not read and write. So think of all the ways that we are literate, and think about how you are and what areas you need to be stronger in or you're really strong in, and then share that. Any comments or questions for anyone? So that's kind of what we talked about last week. And so that's what this suggests, is you go back and think about, by doing a pyramid, by doing something to help the students remember what you taught about last week. Any other comments or questions? Okay, I want to show you one more thing before we get going real strong here. Andragogy versus pedagogy. Remember, we talked about that. Andragogy doesn't mean you're old. It just means that you can really learn in a different way. Pedagogy is usually teaching adults or teaching children, and andragogy is teaching adults. But adults can be sometimes 14 years old, really mature children, or maybe they're 21 and they're still not very mature. But I always, at the end of my classes, analyze myself. Did I treat these people as adults? I wanted to show you how easy it is to use so many strategies, and you do it all the time. So every time I did one of these, I marked myself down. Last week, I tried to use wait time. That's a very simple but a very critical one. If you hurry too fast, the child does not have time to think, give a good answer, figure a way to get out of it or a way to improve himself. You need wait time. You should wait at least 3 or 4 seconds, give them all time to think, let one person answer, and then don't just say, oh, that's good, thank you, Sarah. Say, oh, now what did Sarah say? And make everybody in the room listen to that student. And you repeat, Sarah just told us, da-da-da-da-da. What do you think about her answer? So that you are acknowledging the thinking skill, you're giving the wait time, and you're giving everybody time to think. Some little students, we have a Korean student in one of our classes who gets so nervous when somebody's not talking because I'm going to be called on. And he's scared to death, and he actually shakes, sometimes has to leave the room. He is so anxiety. So think about your wait time. Is it appropriate? And you're giving everybody time. I tried to give you lots of open assignments, which I think I did. Read this, think about that. I gave you some designated assignments. Do this right now. I used lots of visual representation last week. I showed you things, tried to talk about them, illustrate them. I gave you things to read. We didn't do lots of writing last week. I looked at the SEL. Now, what did SEL mean? Social, emotional learning. That's why I just asked Laura a minute ago if I had embarrassed her, because I know Laura more than I know some of you. And Laura does not really like to be called on. But yet she always has tremendous answers. And I called on her twice last week. I didn't want to embarrass her, but think about the class. Are you embarrassing him? Are you giving him all an equal chance? Think about your social, emotional learning. I used lots of questioning last week. I tried to have the agenda in detail. I tried to have you reflect on it. What did you just learn? I tried to have you participate. Some are shy, some are not shy. Not everybody got a chance last week, and we should have had everybody. The computer took an hour out of our time. I looked at the effective filter. What does that mean, the effective filter? Who can tell me what that means? The effective filter. I'm giving you 4 seconds to think, and then I'll call on somebody if no one answers. What's effective filter? I heard someone trying to chop in. Who was that?
Cindy Davis.
Okay, Cindy, tell us about it.
I can share effective filter is like when something, if we get blocked because something makes us nervous, we just kind of shut down and don't. We throw that effective filter up and we no longer are really thinking clearly, maybe because of nerves or scared, a lot of anxieties and stuff like that. I see kids get anxious and all of a sudden they just shut down.
Exactly. And that's one reason they said round robin reading is the worst thing. Here you are sitting around a table and the kid's coming to you, it's coming to you, it's coming to you, and you know it's going to be your turn very soon. By the time it gets to you, sometimes you're so nervous, you can't even answer. And you're not even listening to what everybody else is saying. You're just counting. One to go, 2 to go, before it's my turn. So effective filter are your emotions. Some people love to talk. And if you always shut that person down, pretty soon that person won't like your class either, because I didn't get to say a thing today. Or I said too much. Your emotions really play a part in literacy. So I tried to increase it and decrease it by calling on some of you and not calling on some of you. I planned a video, but it didn't work last week because they had moved my equipment. I tried to give you think time, where you call on somebody and give them 3 seconds, and then you repeat what that person said. Call on somebody else to say, what did Sarah just say now? And give them 3 more seconds to think. They know you're going to wait 3 seconds. They know they're going to have to think because you might call on them again. I try to give you handouts. I had active participation. I used some literature last week. I had some closure, but I have you write on your computer what you did. And then, was I approachable? Because you have to read and be approachable, or they're not going to ask you any questions. So those are the things I tried last week. What did I fail in? Quite a few things. I talked too fast because of the pressure of wasting that whole hour of time. Maybe I covered too much. We covered the 7 Ps, the teacher participation. Did I answer all the questions from the class on the one agenda? Could students find the material? Was I going too fast? Were they held accountable? We didn't finish the welcome. I like to start where everybody has a chance to talk. Because we lost our hour, I only had Paula talk because she was new, and the 2 or 3 of you. So you all didn't get a chance to introduce yourself. Did I make assignments clear? SUU, what SUU wanted, but what we need to do, because we're experienced teachers. You don't need to do everything they do on the college campus. Did I give you plenty of time to share? And did I make some assumptions that everyone was finding anything, everything was going fine? So every week or every day after your class or after every unit, analyze yourself. Did I treat these students as andragogy or pedagogy? And what did I actually try, and was I effective? You may think you're wonderful, but maybe you didn't. You could use a little improvement. Comments, questions, anyone? So that's what that shows on the calendar here. Tonight we're going to talk about kindergarten to 2nd grade. This is our 2nd class. And we're going to answer these questions. Now, if you would please go to your modulars right here. Everybody go to the modulars and see this page, please. And go to the agenda for tonight. If you cannot see it, please speak up, because I can't tell. All right, so far I've asked you any questions or concerns. I've kind of reviewed our agendas and our assignments. I showed you how I did a self-evaluation of myself, what I did right and what I thought I did not do right. Is there anything else we need to discuss? Remember, handouts are in red, assignments are in green, strategies in purple, blue for source of information in case you wanted to find it, and sometimes black underlined for emphasis. Okay, there was a little quiz last week. If you had been on campus, you would have taken this little quiz. Would you please go to back to the agenda here, or back to our list of things. The first thing is, of course, is the text. I put it back on there again in case you didn't find it last week. That's our textbook. It doesn't cost you anything there. The next handout is the little quiz. If you had been in class and we'd had time, we would have answered this quiz. See if you can now answer it to yourself. Which one of these goes with which definition? I'll give you 5 minutes, and then I'll tell you the answer. So don't stress out. These are terms that you probably already know, or maybe you heard them once and now you're not familiar with them anymore. Any questions what we're doing for 5 minutes? Answering these questions, and then I'll tell you the answers. There are 10 terms and 10 definitions. You have 2.5 minutes left. You have 1 minute left. And stop. Nicole, may I ask you a question? Nicole, are you there? Nicole?
Yes, I'm here.
When I told you you had 2 minutes left and 1 minute left, did that help or hinder your thinking, your work?
That doesn't really help me, but it can help other people.
And why did it not help you? Tell me your reasoning.
Because I was reading and trying to focus on it, and then I don't know, I just do better when I don't have interruptions when I'm trying something.
Okay, see, there's two ways of looking at it. Wonderful, wonderful. It does not help some people because it stops their focus, it gets their attention someplace else. It sometimes relieves tension with people and think, oh, well, I only have 2 more minutes left. I can be over this in 2 minutes. Or sometimes it increases attention. Oh, I better hurry. So be careful and look at all your strategies. Are they helping everybody or making everybody nervous? Or is it helping them focus? So just because it sounds like a good strategy of letting you know how much time you have left, I like to know so that I can spend more time on this one and I don't know that one, I'll go back to another one. It helps me. Doesn't help everybody. So remember that with your strategies. All right. Schema is the letter I. The letter I, which is a mental structure to store information. In your mind, you have these schemas or you have these departments where you put information. So the answer to number 1 is a schema is I, a mental structure to store information. Tabula rasa. Anybody want to tell us that one or speak up if you'd like to? If not, I'll tell you.
A blank slate.
A blank slate. That's number H. Children sometimes come with a blank slate. They haven't had the training at home. They don't know how to organize their time, or no matter what it is, sometimes we have a blank slate. So remember that, especially with little ones. But it could be a senior coming into Jesse's 12th grade class who has never heard these terms or has come from a different school, has no idea what he's talking about. We can have a blank slate anytime. So remember, it doesn't usually applies to little children, but it doesn't have to. Vygotsky, which one was he? He is G. He really believes that language needed a social structure, that we learn more when we share with each other and we talk about it and we think about it and we share. Vygotsky really believed in social work. He also believed he could also be D, which is the zone of proximal development. He could be that one too, because he fits in both of them. Vygotsky lived many, many, many years ago. He's been dead for hundreds of years. But he was so brilliant that in Russia they suppressed his work. So it didn't come out until he was almost dead. And now you see him in your textbooks all the time, Vygotsky and his proximal development. What is scaffolding? That is B. You build on prior knowledge. Just like you build a house, you build a foundation, and then you start building up. That's what we do in our buildings, in our teaching. We scaffold. Remember yesterday we talked about this? Well, today we're going to add to it, learn some more. You scaffold. What is metalinguistic awareness. That is A, understanding and ability to use language. What is a morpheme? That's J. That's the smallest unit of meaning. That's the last one on that side. The smallest unit of meaning is number 6. What is pragmatics? That's number 7, and the answer is C. How we use language in everyday life. These are terms you probably heard back in your teacher training day, and maybe they slipped your mind, or maybe you're still seeing them in the literature now. So we need to be aware of them again. What is semantics? Number 8. The answer is E. It's the meaning of words. Number 9 is a syntax, and the answer is F. The structure of a sentence. And number 10 is the zone approximate development, and that was coming from Vygotsky, so that goes along with D too, the zone approximate development, it goes along with Vygotsky. He came up that we have this zone approximate development, and we need to extend it a little, we need to back up a little, just like we did just now. We talked about things from last week, and then we're adding on to them now. You have a zone that you have approximate development, and Vygotsky is in all of our textbooks now. So that's just a quick way to maybe review some things that you used last week. Any comments, questions? Okay, let's go back to our agenda, please. Go back to modulars and go to the agenda, please. And I'll wait a minute until everybody has time to find it. It's up on the screen. If you can't find it, please speak up. I don't want to go fast and lose somebody. All right. If you're all together, no one's speaking up that they're lost, we're going to take just a brief look at some of the theorists. Theories change. I know some of you have been in education a long time like me, and some of them not too long, but a new theorist comes up, and all of a sudden we go with that idea and this idea and somebody else's idea. And right now, one of the big theorists, of course, is the SEL, the social emotional learning and brain learning. And this is a new book that's out called, it's just a small book again, Strategies to Help Your Students Thrive. Social emotional learning and the brain. If you were on the internet today, there's a new theory out there about how the brain learns to read. If you write down DaCosta, he wrote so many books about the brain learning, and I'll bring them a lot of them next week, and we'll talk about brain learning. We're learning more and more and more now about the brain and how to turn it off and turn it on, and how we compartmentalize and things, and how we decide what's important to us, what we keep and what we throw out. So I'll bring something next week to show you about that. But that's one of the newest books. It just came off the market. Another one that I thought was interesting that I came out about last year. Any of you could have written this book. Arthur Costa is another big name, one of the big theorists out there. It's called Nurturing Habits of Mind in Early Childhood. And what these people did is take stories, success stories, from classrooms around the world. They could have been in your classroom. Some of the things you've done that are so important. For example, let me just tell you some of the things they wrote about. And they put it together in a book. Number 1 page is brain development in children ages 2 to 7. Now, another one is Small is Beautiful, a place to grow habits of the mind, teaching children skills they need, how to integrate the mind in a bicultural setting. So it's called Habits of the Mind, and it's really making a big difference with young children. Arthur Costa has been around a long, long time. I don't know this person here. I have no reference on that one, but he is a known author. Also now, let me show you, if you will go to the modulars and go forward a little bit, it will show us, first of all, our strategy book, and then the quiz that we just had. And then that learning pyramid that we just did. If you remember on these pyramids that when we do something like this, 90% of it you learn the best by teaching someone else. 75% by doing it yourself. You remember 50% if you discuss it in a group. You remember about 30% of what you see in a demonstration, 20% of audio visual, and they're really questioning that one now. They're thinking students are learning more because of the COVID by watching movies and podcasts and things like that, that they're learning more now. But they think you only remember about 10% of what you read and about 5% of what you've heard lectured to you. Wowie. So all that talking you do, 5% goes home and 90% goes out. So if we do some reading and some audio visual and some demonstration and let them discuss it and let them do something and then have them teach somebody else, we're going to have a lot more success. But the next handout is how you present things. Think about how you present things. Do you go from the practical to a theoretical to an application of ideas? These are all on, you don't need to copy them down. They're all there for you on the camera. And it explains all these things to you. Think about your own teaching. Do you start with a discussion? Or do you start with how I'm going to apply this? And it goes round and round. There's no correct way. It's just, you should hit all four parts and in order so that how you present it to the students. That's just for your information if you're interested, because you're already qualified teachers. I put one on for you called Early Policy and Practice. This is a big, long article that you may or may not be interested in, as we talked about the early childhood last week. But it has a lot of information. And so you that aren't real trained in early childhood, this will have a lot of things to help you. Because literacy development does begin very early in life and is highly correlated to school achievement. So Ashley, with those little ones running around, we're speaking to Ashley and all of you. So that's just there for you to read if you want to. That's an example of finding some good research if you want to read it. And then this one right here, called number 1, are some theorists. Take a few minutes, please, and go down these and see if they're familiar names. I'll bet you've heard of some of these. All right. What are we doing, Jesse? Tell me what we're doing with this theorist. Did you understand the directions, Jesse? What are we doing with this handout?
We're going through and seeing who we recognize.
Right. Thank you. You were listening. Good for you. A for you today. Go down these and see if you know these names. And I'll come back to you in about a minute or so.
Hey, Louise, this is Megan Ward.
I can see you.
Okay, I'm
You're
just
here.
letting you know I'm here now. So
Okay, I'll go to the attendance right now and mark you here while you're looking down that list.
thank
you, Megan. And she's coming, I know that.
This is Charlotte Severe. I don't know if you saw that I came on late.
Yes, I did. And Megan. Okay, Ashley Rex, are you there? She's new. She couldn't get it last week. Are you there tonight, Ashley? Ashley Rex? Not yet. Sarah, are you there? Sarah had to come late, so she's not there yet. So everybody's there but Sarah and Ashley Rex. Thank you for telling me. Okay, we're looking at this list of theorists. It's number 1 right here, thirst in reading. And we're looking to see which ones we're familiar with. There are 14 of them there. See if you know any of them. Stacy, are you there? Do any of these look familiar to you, Stacy?
Yes. The one I noticed, well, first of all, I started reading about Cunningham and Cunningham, and so I haven't heard of them, but I was like, oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, number 11, uh-huh.
Yes, of course, Lev Vygotsky and Piaget, even though I can't remember, I know I've heard of Piaget.
Uh-huh. He works with Vygotsky, right? And his early childhood. Uh-huh.
Yes, and I'm trying to think, honestly, the rest of them, oh, and of course, Pinnell and Fontes too, apparently sold books that are worth $300. But no, the rest of them, I was like, kind of like, oh crap, I don't know the rest of these people. So,
Marcia, what about you? Do you recognize any of them?
The same ones she just said, and then I would add Upstart. Both my kids did Upstart.
Right. If you have parents in your neighborhood, Upstart is a program. I was on the committee that helped do it. And it's for children before they start the kindergarten. And there used to be such demand for it that you had to just sign up really fast, and you only took 30. They've changed it a lot now. They've updated it, and it's free, and it's a computer program. So if you have parents in your neighborhood, or Ashley, who has little children that aren't in school yet, ask the State Department of Education where the Upstart program is. Utah Office of Education. It's for 4-year-olds. It's number 13 on the list. It's a free program that you do on the computer at home, and it kind of gives them a start of sitting down, of concentrating, of looking at letters, or seeing pictures. It's a good program. It has some weaknesses. It's not a comprehensive program. It's a good Upstart program. Anybody else want to talk about any of them?
I recognized Ray Reitzel.
Ray Reitzel, yes. He's a professor at BYU. How do you know him?
So I actually participated in one of his research projects as a teacher. And we did reading comprehension in the classroom, and it was a year long. He would come in and observe. They would record us. We did all these assessments on our students. It was actually my second year of teaching that I participated in.
Wow.
So
yeah, I knew him too and worked with him, and now he's at University of Wyoming, and he's received a lot of awards. He came out here in UNA School District to work with what was Todd's school. It's now called Eagle View. It's 90% Native American, and they have a few different issues than some of us do in our schools, and he came out to help with them and do research. So he's very active. Actually, your name could be put here. Each one of you, your name could be put on this resource list because you are one of the theorists right now. You have a theory. You have a theory what works best in your classroom. You have a theory what works best with Susan or Dickie or Jane, or you have theories. These people have published the work. These are the current ones. There's a million theorists out there. Be careful. That's one of your learning pyramids. In your functional literacy, are these accurate things that they're doing? Things have come and gone, like whole language. It came and has gone now. Number 7, I'd never heard of them in my life. I have never looked them up. I'm going to look up number 7 and see who they are. So these are just some of them. Like Mari Clay, her play, she really believes play. She was a big thing on kindergarten. The kindergarten should be play, not first grade reading skills. But so these are some of the ones that are making big money right now and making their name known. Also, always watch on your computer for podcasts. If you ever go to this EdView called webinar, this one is the lady, Dr. Anita Archer. If you've been in some of the literacy classes, she teaches a lot of them. She says learning is not a spectator sport. How to increase student engagement. So on April the 7th at 4 o'clock, you could watch her for free. Or here's another new one. We know how to teach children to read. Let's do it. And this is Dr. Jan Hasbrock, and I don't really know her, but they're interesting to hear their different theories. And there's also another one now about all the books that are being censored. Now, why books are being censored. So always watch your podcast too. All right, it's 5:30, and I told you that every hour we'd have a 10-minute break. So it's now time to take your 10-minute break, get the juices flowing, have a drink, move around. Remember, children need to move around too. See you in 10 minutes. Someone has a mic on, so be careful what you say. I'm here if anybody has questions or concerns. You still have 5 minutes. You have 3 more minutes. All right, are we back from break? Remember, a short break is a wonderful strategy. They need time to take a breath, focus on something else, relax a little. This isn't going to be so bad, or I need to do this, to refocus. Children especially need a break. That's why they're finding that the home learning on the internet sometimes is not being as effective because they have to sit so longer. But then they can still shut the program off and come back and so forth. But depending on the ages and so forth. Laura, can I call on you for a minute? Laura? Laura?
Sorry, I keep forgetting to undo the
Tell us your
microphone.
experience for just a minute about online learning, advantages and disadvantages.
Well, some of the advantages are students can work ahead. And so, for instance, we had one student who came to us credit deficient in the fall, and he was able to work fast enough and he graduated early so that he could go to Job Corps. There are some disadvantages. There are some students who think that if they move to online learning, then they don't have to do any work. And then we have to send out letters. And so there are some kids who are getting out of some work, but it's also been great for students with anxiety, or a lot of our students have trauma in their life. And so it's been really good for them. And also students, because we're a low ratio, we do have students come into the building to get individual help. And that's been really great for those junior high students that are only reading on a first and second grade level. So
thank you for sharing. Just
welcome.
always remember, whether you're online or whether you're in a classroom, they still need wiggle time and break time and things like that. Okay, if you go to the agenda, please. We talked about some general type things tonight. Last week we were talking about what happens in childhood from birth up to 5 years old. We're going to finish up with just a couple of activities here. First of all, I'm going to turn on this right here and read you a poem, because books like this tell you that literature-based reading activities by Yope and Yope, husband and wife, YOPP, literature-based reading activities are effective at every grade level, whether you're in kindergarten, which they dearly love stories, or in the high school, like Jessie. And then there's another one that's good. This was a $20 book. This was more the expensive one, 5th edition, Children's Literature in the Reading Program, Engaging Young Readers in the 21st Century. I'm all for technology, and I think it's the way of the future, but I also think they need to read from books, too, actual touch the book. So, and I read on my Kindle, so I do both. But there's some good ideas in here for using children's literature. So I'm going to start with this poem. Tonight at the dinner table, read something out loud to your family. Tomorrow night, let another member read something. A news story, a Bible verse, a Robert Frost poem, a cereal box panel, humor, history, anything. Each night, a different family member can read a selection. Imagine the wide range of subjects your family will read in 365 days. What a stimulating way to have your children develop good reading habits. We have 23 million illiterate adults in America, they're guessing. We wouldn't have one if each of them had been served reading as part of their nightly diet. It's non-fattening, enriching, and doesn't cost a dime. Jesse, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Well, you talk about football. Do you know who Steve Young is?
Of course.
He just wrote a book. Wow. Would that be a good example? I mean, everybody knows who he is, much especially in Utah. But would that be a good example to take your football team and say, look, it might be about sports, so what? It's a book. So even at your age, even with your children your age, there are sports heroes and things that they write. And so even though we're talking little children, it goes to all ages, doesn't it? So that was my point. All right. So if we had a discussion, this is a good thing to do. We were going to have that last week and we didn't. But is parent involvement important? Think a minute. What are some reasons that parents are not being effective? And what tools do you have in your area you can help them? I was amazed that a lot of them didn't know Roosevelt had a library or a bookmobile. They'd never been to it. We also talked about the Upstart program, which is free from the State Office of Education. And then there's Head Start. There's also the Utah Department of Health has podcasts called Baby Your Baby. Look around in your area and see what you can do to help the parents. I told you for a while there I was helping the teen mothers who couldn't go to school because they were expecting a baby. And they did not know how to raise that baby. They wanted to, but they knew more about trucks and football and things than they did. If we had the manual, it's called Literacy's Beginning. And it talks about 5 critical areas. And you'll hear this on TV all the time now. Channel 5, I think it is, or Channel 2. So there's only 5 things you need to raise a happy, healthy child. 1, talk. 2, read. 3, play. 4, love. And 5, count. So I just showed you the handout that's there called Early Literacy Policy and Practice. That's a big, long article full of ideas. But what I'm going to do now is have you read just a little short story that came from the textbook called Story of Kristen. From the text, we read about a girl named Kristen and her journey to literacy. Even though the story is about a 5-year-old, the experiences apply to all ages. We all go through stages of literacy, stages of accomplishment. You may be teaching 8, 9, 10-year-olds who have missed some stages, or a 9 or 10-year-old who missed some stages. So it's especially true right now because we don't know what they're learning at home and online and with the teacher and with the grandparents and the babysitter. We don't know what they're missing and what they're not missing. So I'd like you to go to handout number 4 and read this little story about Kristen. And then we'll talk about her experiences and how it applies to us. So we're going to go to the modulars, and we're going to go down to number 4, which is called right here, Kristen, right here. There's the poem right there. Wasn't it nice when somebody read to you? If you want to ever use that in a parent meeting, go to this story right here. I know it's copied from a book. It may be hard to read. Read the best you can. Kind of skim over it and learn about Kristen. I'll give you a couple of minutes to kind of skim over what she went through, and then we'll talk about how important it is to involve parents. Any questions what we're going to do for a few minutes? Read this little story as best you can, and then we'll talk about her experiences. See you in a couple, 3 minutes then. Just kind of skim over it, kind of follows her first few years of learning to be literate. If you start to finish, let me know, please, so I won't waste your time. Take about 3 more minutes to kind of skim to the end, and then we'll talk about it so you can read it all later if you want to go word by word. All right, let's stop a minute now. Here's what your assignment is now. I'm going to tell you some of the things that they did. I'd like you to come up with 7 things that these parents did that you could use in your classroom. So listen to what I think the parents did, and then you see if you can list 7 important elements that apply to your classroom. First of all, they talked. It said they were actively engaged, and it was just daily routine, something they just did all the time, just talked about things. And then they started to introduce books down this second paragraph. She got her first books a few months later. So then she had things that whether she chewed on them or what, but she still had books. Then they started putting names to them. It says some months before her first birthday, she could recognize books by their names, like Humpty Dumpty. And then she learned that there was a way to do things. Pictures and words kind of went together. Pages turned, that she learned routine. And then she received crayons, so she got an extra something to visually represent it now and see more pictures, which is visual learning. And then she started expressing herself, always being guided but encouraged. And then she wanted to do it all by herself. It was do my own, she said. I do it my own, which means I do it myself. So then she started illustrating, doing something, making something, what she thought her ideas. And then it does give you some ideas here. That one, literacy activities should be pleasurable. Number two, literacy activities occur in predictable routines. Another, social interactions, there's that social emotional learning. It was fun. It was pleasurable. And it had culture in it. So those are some of the things that those parents did. Number three, they had that materials were handled in special ways, and the use of symbols, and they used these simple activities to help her get a good start. Now you take 3 or 4 or 5 minutes and come up with 6 strategies or 6 ways that you do it in your classroom. For example, one thing that I'm looking for is this was deliberate. They did this deliberately. They didn't introduce books today and art tomorrow. They deliberately did it, and that's things what you do in your classroom. You plan deliberate strategies. So deliberation is one of them. Now see if you can think of 2, 3, 4 other things that the story of Kristen teaches you about your own classroom. And then I'll call on some of you in just a few minutes. Questions, what we're going to do for a minute? Review the story. How does it apply to my situation? K-12 instructional application. How does this apply to my classroom? And I'm going to share with others in a minute. Okay, take time to think now. There's think time. I'm going to ask people in this order to share something. I'm going to ask Brenda first, and then Teresa to share something, and then Kaylin, and then Megan, and then Charlotte. The rest of you keep thinking, and then I'll give you time. But those people will be on the hotspot in a minute, so that brings up attention. All right, Brenda, what did you learn from that story that they use, the strategies they use that might help you in your classroom, Brenda?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay. So I kind of was looking through, there was obviously, like that predictable routine to it. They didn't just throw everything at her all at once. It was kind of guided along the way and strategic. It was a little at a time, and they didn't give her everything all at once. And I think when we're teaching and when we're trying to help. I teach first grade, and so when you're teaching the little ones, I've learned that they can only handle 2 or 3 instructions at one time for one thing, and they can't swallow the whole, text all at once. So it has to kind of be in guided, strategic, little pieces, and we can kind of, anyway, work towards that. The very first thing when they talked to her, any opportunities to talk, I kind of was trying to think how you could apply that to your class. I think sometimes kids love to hear your own experiences. They like to hear about your life. But then also sharing our love for literacy or sharing our love for art or whatever it is we're trying to encourage them to do better at. I think if we can share, they can see the benefit of it in our lives, and they can relate it to themselves. And then I think it's just kind of finding what they are good at and building on that. As Kristen did things, they're like, okay, they would make suggestions and they would encourage her along, even though sometimes she didn't always want to do it their way. I still think we're there to guide, and we're there to kind of help point them in the right direction, but just encourage them to take the next steps, but build on what they're good at. I know in my class, some of my kids we've been doing some writing, like narrative writing, this week. And so I had them all kind of try to write about what they did for spring break, because we just are coming back from our spring break. And we went through the whole writing process, planned it all out, whatever. I had some kids that wrote 4 pages of stuff, and I had a couple of kids that wrote 2 sentences. And I think you just have to build on what they can do. But then my ones that didn't write as much, they were better. They wanted to illustrate. They wanted to draw a picture and be able to express themselves that way. So I think just kind of building on what they're already good at. And then
Thank you. Oh, excuse me, go ahead.
Sorry, just one more thing. They made sure that Kristen had crayons and the materials that she needed to do their work. And I think we need to just make sure our students have the right tools to be able to do their work. So
excellent ideas. Excellent ideas. You got a lot from that little story. Teresa, what did you get from the little story? Teresa? Can you hear us, Teresa? Can't hear us? Teresa? Let's move on to Kaylin, and I'll see if I can find Teresa. Kaylin, what did you learn?
So I learned they did a lot of modeling. They started talking to her right off in the beginning, having conversations even when she couldn't. That's how we learn oral language, is, by observing and listening to others talk. So I really like the way that they did that from the very beginning, just changing her diapers. Also, as we teach kids, we often scaffold. We do, I do, you do, and we do. Or sorry, switch that around. I do, we do, and you do. So you show them how, then you do one together, and then you allow them to have the opportunity to do it for themselves, which they talked about how they showed her how, and then she started to, do it herself. And by the end, she wanted to do it by herself. So those were the things that I really took away, besides all the other good things that have been mentioned.
Those are good strategies. Yeah, they'd help in every situation, wouldn't they? Every situation. Teresa, have we lost you? Teresa? Megan, you're next in. What did you learn from the little story?
The big thing that kind of stuck out to me was just like the ladder that we follow, kind of like how important like the simple basic steps really feed into like their future of reading. So like really kind of following that ladder, and like don't skip steps, because the little things really do make a difference. Mm-hmm. And then the other thing that kind of stuck out to me too was that being able to illustrate is okay in a way to like explain ourselves, because I'm a SPED teacher, but a lot of the times my students have a really hard time writing and spelling, especially. So whenever I say we have to write things down, it's kind of like the end of the world, because
oh no.
they don't but they know from me that I let them draw pictures, and it honestly, like sometimes they'll draw a picture and tell me, and then I'll just kind of note it down for them, just so then I can remember when I'm like grading it or whatever, going back to it. But that like writing isn't just ever like we can express ourselves and everything like that in illustrations. So that's a way that we can kind of help our kids feel like they're heard, instead of if writing is a struggle for them, they can still kind of point their view out. It's not just what they can write on paper. So that was a big
I
thing.
saw a 7th grade boy yesterday get up and do a little dance. He was doing movement. He was illustrating the point, but he was the only one ever. They're all looking at him like, what is he doing? And then they caught on what he was, and it made great sense because he wanted movement. Exactly. Very good. Charlotte, what did you learn?
So I went ahead and looked at it and thought about how I could use some of these things with 4th and 5th graders, with older kids, because I don't know, I felt like it was pretty obvious in the passage how to use those things with younger kids. And so I know that orthography and exposure to language is really important for young children. And I also know that a lot of children come to school without a lot of exposure. And so even in the older grades, I think that we need to keep exposing them to different vocabulary and building their background knowledge. And so I kind of thought that would be good to use the way that they did and exposed her to different things. They were deliberate with question. We could be deliberate with questions like they were. Also, she looked for items and pictures, and we could have students look for things in the books for evidence. But most importantly, having books available. They had a lot of books available for her, and we need to have books available for our students so they can find something that they enjoy. And then the last thing I thought was they never criticized her or told her she couldn't chew on the book or had to sit down and do a specific thing that her mom encouraged, but they didn't require her to do it. And I think that it's good to encourage that desire to explore and not to criticize or limit students in that.
Oh, I bet you're an excellent teacher. I bet you're just excellent, because they do need to explore. Not everybody wants to read, or not everybody wants to talk. They have different ways of exploring themselves. Okay, all together, everybody, we're going to have a choir here, and we're going to talk about the 6 points of language arts. First of all, R is what? Reading. Everybody say it. R is for reading. What's W? W is for writing. What's the L?
Listening.
L is for listening. What's the S? S is for speaking. What's the V? V is for viewing. What's the VR?
Visual
representing somehow. Dancing, moving, drawing, standing on your head. I don't know, but it's visual. It's not just writing. Okay, if you really want to be heard, here are 9 ways that people are going to listen to you. And there's the article was on your handouts last week. Number 1, stop talking. If you're not talking, you're not listening. Listen to them. Quiet your responses and wait, and let them. Number 1. 2, make a listening mode. Quiet the environment, or know that somebody's going to listen to them, or they're going to be next. Have a listening mode. 3, make the speaker feel comfortable. Laura, will you ever get to that point? You will. Nod or make a gesture, or the seating's important. Go ahead, Laura. Did you want to make it?
No, I was just gonna say I need the definitely the think time before I have to respond.
Right. 4, remove the distractions. Close the door, or put them in a group, or put them in close things. So that's 4. Number 5, empathize. Say, well, listening to learn is hard, but we'll get together, empathize with them. I know it's hard. I know you don't want to be called on. 6, be comfortable with silence. They take time to think. Don't rush them. 7, put aside your personal prejudice. We expect this one to do it, and we expect him to say this, and we expect him to say that. 8, heed the tone. Sometimes the tone, it means more than the meaning. And 9, listen for underlining meanings. I'll put that on again this week so that you can see them again. Number 1, stop talking. 2, get in your listening mood. 3, make the speaker feel comfortable. 4, remove distractions. 5, empathize. 6, be careful, comfortable with silence. 7, put aside your personal prejudices. 8, heed the tone. And 9, listen for underlining meanings. Not the word, but the comprehension. What does it mean to them? How are they put into effect? So that's what we learned from little Kristen, who went to school and had tremendous parents that taught them the things you need to know. Comments, questions, anybody wants to say? Simple things. Not a lot of training, not a lot of money, not a lot of preparation, just simple, effective strategies that really help. Okay, let's go back to our modulars, please, and back to our agenda. Let's go up to our agenda, number 1. I'll wait a minute till everybody finds the agenda. Now, if we were in the same room, we would do some of these things, but since we're not, there are things I did that you could use in your classroom. After you do something like that, read a story or read an activity or read about geology or read about icebergs, whatever you did and followed those strategies, then you could do a walkabout and a foldable. For example, after reading the story of Kristen, take an 8x11 sheet of paper and fold it into 4 parts, walk around the room, and make notes. What did she do on the path to literacy? Talk to each other. Make a class chart to show what did she do to go from a beginning to a novice reader. All the students have a chance to move around, talk to each other. What did you learn from the story? The teacher can see them visually moving around, and she can also hear that, oh, they're here, that was wrong. I can correct that or reinforce that one. That's a simple one, a walk around. Another one's called a gallery walk. We don't have too many art museums here in Roosevelt, but a gallery walk is where you walk around and look at the art. So this is prior knowledge. What can the school do now to help that community literacy? What influences that literacy, that learning when they come to you? What do you know about your home environment, the economics out there, the culture, rural versus urban, schooling, attitudes, priorities, availability? And then you could have all these strategies like brainstorming, listening, reading, writing, speaking, charts, factors, lots of things that you can do now to bring that point home. If your point was really to listen and have them participate and tell them all they learned about horses on your lesson today or all they learned about the Civil War, move around, let them talk to each other, let them view things, and that really, really helps them to catch on to what it is. Comments or questions? Okay, last week we wanted to see this little video about how important early childhood is, and then we're going to quit early childhood and go on to other things. So take me just a second here. I found the attachments they left me finally. So I will put this in and we'll watch why childhood matters. It's the foundation for what you're doing in 4th grade, 6th grade, 12th grade. Okay, just a minute. We'll see if this works now today with the new setup. Might not. They weren't sure they'd found the right setup for me. I don't think they did. No. I'm sorry, they didn't find the right setup for me. Will not see that one. You also have to be adaptable because it didn't work. They didn't know, well, somebody has taken this room apart. All right. Also, you could use the LQ strategy, which is what did I learn and what questions do I have? How did I build my background knowledge now about whatever the topic was, whether it was icebergs or whether it was art or whatever it was. We're going to do this on the film. What did I learn about early childhood from my background knowledge? What did I already know? What did I learn? What questions do I have? How does information apply to my situation and where can I find more? So you could use those strategies on anything you do. That's by Ogle, and he did that clear back in 1986. He was a big theorist at that time, OGLE, and those things are still applicable. No matter what subject you're doing, how did this help me? Okay, we're through talking about K through 3, or birth through 5. Any questions we have on birth through 5? Okay. If we're in the same room, this is just a strategy. We won't be doing it. We'll just talk about it, but because we're not in the same room. A round table. Last week, we talked about what literacy is and emergency literacy. So if we were in the same room, and I'm sure you do this in your class all the time, you go around the table and you talk about what did you learn? How did this help you? What else can we help you do? Sometimes a child is more apt to tell another child, I didn't understand, than it is to talk to the teacher. So this is just group work, and that's where that new book I showed you came out, that flexible grouping. That's what they talk about. Instead of the teacher always being the leader, the teacher always being the one that asks the questions, the teacher always being the one up front, instead of being be the guide on the side instead of the one up front, always the big chief. Use flexible groups. A round table is a very simple strategy. Go around your table and name the types of literacy you have acquired. You would do that if we were all together. Or go around the table. Yes, go ahead, please.
Sorry. I was introduced to that activity to Roundtable in one of my ESL classes years ago. And I have absolutely loved that. I used it in special education literature groups, but I've also used it whole class, and we put our desks in a large circle after we've read an article, and we set parameters on how to share opinions and how to have different opinions and being able to communicate. And so we talk about, well, if you don't agree with somebody, what would be the appropriate way to express your opinion without being negative? And I have had some of the best conversations with third grade students about their opinions of different articles, and it really has been a lot of fun.
Thank you. Jesse, are you still there? I have a funny story for you. Jesse?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I saw the round table used really effective last week in a 12th grade class, and they went around the table talking about whether Tom Brady should retire from the NFL. The pros and cons.
Way overdue.
But he was trying to teach, how to carry on a conversation, how to get a pro, how to get a con. But he used something that's in the news that they were interested in. And one little boy said, well, his wife's just telling him what to do. My wife's not going to tell me what to do. And then he had to bring the conversation back to should Tom Brady retire. But we can do it at any age. That was my point. We can do it at any age. I'm sorry I picked on you again, but any age. Does anybody else have used Roundtable or teachers in older grades where it's harder to get them to discuss things? Anybody else out there? That's just a simple strategy. It doesn't cost you any money or time to prepare, but it involves people. And then here is a little article for you by Ong and Hall, and they wrote it in 2013, and they defined what they think literacy is. So when you have time, go ahead and read that. I'm not going to do it except that the one thing I want to say, it says some fundamental ability to function in this world exists in all of us at birth. It's called functional or survival literacy. So we each come with survival literacy. You've seen little babies come through odds that of health, and they make it. They live, they make it, or they thrive. Or they're in a terrible home environment, and still they thrive, some of these kids that come to school. But you'll never have total or absolute literacy until the conditions are right and over a lifetime. That places the student at the center of learning, and the parent teacher as a provider of opportunities. That's what you are. That's your big job. I take that very seriously, and I'm trying to show you all these simple strategies, which you already know. Maybe you haven't used them for a while. And then again, that learning pyramid really helps you. A simple way to summarize. Now, we're down to this point right here. Let me bring this up so you can see. Did anyone tonight want to share the strategy, the extended learning strategy, that is ready to do it this evening? Speak up if you are, and you can have your 5 minutes to tell us about your strategy. Speak up if you're ready. If you're not ready, don't worry, don't panic. You have 5 more times or 4 more classes. Anybody ready tonight? Speak up.
I'm ready.
Okay, then please go ahead. Everybody, we're going to be good listeners now, and we're going to listen to what she uses as effective strategies. You're learning from an expert. Okay.
Well, I don't know about the expert part, but our class last week reminded me that I need to be more effective at questioning when I'm in my other subjects, such as science or math, because we had a training in that when we did our tier 1, and so we'll read and ask a basic query just to kind of level the playing ground, the background knowledge, and then we'll use the deep queries. And so I've been very intentional this week about how I'm asking questions and trying to get more into the level 2 and level 3 of the Bloom's will of depth of knowledge. So instead of saying what, I would be using words like describe. Describe the characteristics of the traits of a tree frog, or and then giving opportunities, different opportunities for students to share their answers and give evidence. So I kind of pulled out that depth of knowledge wheel and put it right next to my plan book. And so as I'm planning different sections of my math, I would have them, like in the third wheel, I think it was create. I would have them create a problem that showed understanding of how to get the perimeter and the area of a plane shape. And I really did notice a more involvement with the kids, instead of, because they actually had to do something rather than somebody raising their hand and answering a question. So I don't know. That wasn't 5
minutes. You have 2 more if you want to. You don't have to take 5. I have to stop you at 5, or we wouldn't have enough for everybody. That was very good. Now, on the place where it asks for the extended survey or extended, just write that down, just a short little summary, and that will be your 50 points. Anybody have a question for her now? Any question about what she just did? Tell them what grade you use that with, what ages.
3rd grade, so ages 7 and 8.
Okay. Any questions for her? Thank you. Mark that off. Go ahead, Brenda.
I was just going to ask if that deep query wheel is something you could take a picture of and post, or where could we find that?
I can get it. I have it at my class, so I'll actually get a copy of it to Louise. And it honestly, it has really helped me a lot this week focusing on that. So I'll get a copy to Louise tomorrow.
And I'll post it. Good.
Okay, thank you. That just sounds like
Any other
something
questions for her? Is anyone else ready tonight that would like to do their extended learning strategy? Okay, let's go with Charlotte first then. Charlotte first. Go ahead, Charlotte.
Okay, I'll be really fast. I just wanted to share some.
5 minutes. You have 5 minutes, and no more, but you have 5.
I probably won't use them all, but this week I did something with some fifth graders that I kind of enjoyed. In the past, we've read passages and we've talked about the stories, and then we'll answer some. I'm sorry, my family's really noisy. We'll answer some questions, and then I'll give them the worksheet, and they'll fill out the answers on their own. And I was just getting really basic, superficial answers, and I was getting really frustrated because we'd talk about it and we'd have discussions. And so this week we read and we went through and talked about things I didn't understand as we read through as a whole class. And then I passed out the closed reading questions, and we went through each one as a class, and we talked about how many parts there were to answer in the question. And then I'd ask people in the class to share what they thought their answers were. And then I would give them about a minute or two to write down what they wanted to write down on their response. And at first I had a fifth grader being like, Mrs. Sevier, all I hear is you talking. What the heck are we doing? And I was like, okay, well, if you'll just listen, we're talking about these questions and you don't have to do this work on your own. We're doing it together. And after about 2 or 3 questions, he was engaged and he was writing them all down, and everybody started talking and sharing. And I just felt like it was much more productive. And even if what they wrote down wasn't as great as I would like, at least they all really participated and discussed the story and the concept. So.
Great example. You waited, you gave them time, and now you're going to build on that and see which ones. Yeah, good strategy. Any questions for Charlotte? Good idea. Who else wanted to do it this evening? Speak up.
Cindy Davis.
All right, Cindy, go ahead. Your 5 minutes.
I hope I did. I'm thinking of this right, but one of the strategies that I've been trying to integrate more is just like giving my kids more opportunity to share with each other. So right now we've been watching butterflies. We got caterpillars and been watching them turn into butterflies. And the kids have had these little journals that when they come in each day, they observe what's happening. They draw a cute little picture, what they see, and then they're writing all of the different observations that they're noticing. And I've done it that way other years, but just didn't take it quite far enough. So this year, what I've been doing this last week is once they've got their time that they've took to write their little observations, we just set music and they start walking around. And as soon as the music stops, they high five whoever they're closest to. And they've been sharing the different things that they're noticing or what they wrote in their little journals. And what's been so exciting to watch these little ones is that I've given them 5 minutes afterward to write down anything that they learned that they didn't observe on their own and that was meaningful to them. And then we kind of talk about like, okay, who shared what and what were you so excited about? What did they notice that you didn't? And it's just took that learning a lot deeper than what I feel like I've ever had happen with these little ones. Like this has been the best year, I think, by far. And I've done this for the last 5 years with second graders. So it's been pretty fun. But I think just giving them those opportunities to talk more, they're doing the writing, they're doing the observations, they're thinking about it, and then they get to share that.
That's excellent. Because people notice different things that somebody else had never saw that, never even knew about it. Yeah. Wonderful idea. Any questions for Cindy about how she did that or any comments?
Did you say that you just have them write in a journal? Because I was actually reading that strategy in the book about first impressions, and I thought that would be kind of really fun to use. And I was trying to think what would be fun for them to write their first impressions on, and then to like see what they missed.
Yeah, so what I did is I just kind of created my own little thing. So it just had like a little box at the top where they draw their little picture in, and it's got the day and the date. So they put like day 1 and the date that we started it, and they drew their little picture, and then they go and they write all of their observations in it. And so it continues that theirs is a journal that they're going day by day. And there's like right now they're in their chrysalises. So there's days that we skip in between, but they still recognize that we might have been on day 10 and they might have skipped, up to day 13 when they start noticing some more things, like as far as me transferring them to the little net enclosure and stuff like that. So there's days that we skip on it, but it is just a little just a little made up journal that I did.
All right, thanks. That's a cute idea.
Anybody else?
Thank you.
Okay, it's
Can I do
time
mine
to take
real
our
quick?
5-minute break.
Oh,
and then
I'll do it
Courtney will have you as soon as we come back, okay?
Perfect.
We need a
That sounds
5-minute break, and then you're next. Thank you.
Louise, I just wanted to remind you I needed to leave early tonight. Maybe she's not there.
I'm more than happy to not have to do that. Well, I'll be the party, that's good enough for me. No, I don't want to say, I don't want to be able to do it. It was me, like, I'm big on the. No.
Charlotte, are you there? Or did you have to go, Charlotte?
Edith, this is Brenda.
Uh-huh.
I needed to leave early. I'm probably going to go here in a couple minutes. I'll get the recording, the rest of the recording from Amy Davis.
Yes, yes. Amy knows how to do it for you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Uh-huh. See you next week.
Okay, bye.
You have 3 more minutes on your break. Charlotte, are you there or have you gone? Charlotte? I'll have to have her do it next week. She had to go with her daughter. Okay, one of the most important things that they learn in kindergarten to 2nd grade, of course, is how to read. It's starting more and more in kindergarten now, but it used to be kindergarten was more of a play, but now it's gone to be more of a reading. Oh, there's one thing I forgot to show you. Excuse me. Let's go back a second. Go to handout number 7. Please go to handout number 7. We've been talking about how to give feedback to people. So if you'll go to modulars and go down to number 7 under reading. I marked all the reading handouts with the word reading. Reading number 7 is how to give feedback. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Everything's gone smoothly up to this point. And I don't see the feedback one. Just a minute. We have an issue, so give me just a minute.
I think it's called, you have it under 7 and it says.
Yes, I found it. I found it. Thank you very much. It's 7 up here. Yes. Thank you. I love you, somebody that helps me. Thank you. Number 7 up here, the promise of how to give effective feedback. It's an article that just came out in the newest ILA journal, which is the International Literacy Association, used to be the IRA, Reading Association, now called Literacy. So if you're worried about giving feedback, especially in the older grades, for less work, more learning, the promise of effective feedback. 4 misconceptions keeping teachers' feedback on student work from being effective. So I put that on just for you to read. I thought it was very timely. The next one is how to provide feedback through rubrics. So if you don't want to talk so much, you can provide rubrics and teach them. That's a good article just coming out just this week from the Association of Curriculum and Development. And then there's one more. There's 3 handouts. Keys to effective feedback. And this is one of our newest theorists. His name is Grant Wiggins, and you'll start to see a lot about feedback. He thinks we listen and then just move on, and the child never knows if I said it right or enough or what feedback do I need to do. So he put in 7 keys to effective feedback. So when you have time, read these articles, and I think they will be very helpful for you. Thank you for helping me find that. I knew it was somewhere. Sometimes you can't find when you want. Okay, now, anybody else want to share tonight before we move on? Okay. If you are on campus, number 10, 11, and 12 are keywords that I would be willing to wager that most of you as teachers know these words. But I have put them on just so that if you don't know, we need to discuss them. In chapter 5 of the book, which I didn't think had $150 worth of goodness in it, it talks about what a conventional reader is, and a generator reader, and high frequency words, and sight words. I didn't want to waste your time going over all of these, because you know what a writing workshop is, and most of you do it. But you go through these handouts, and if there are questions that you don't know, then we will be glad to help you as a class. But these are educational terms that you probably learned in your classes or in your workshops, the alphabetic principle, and what is phonics. And now maybe, Jesse, you haven't been through some of these, I don't know, but if any of these you want help with, it gives you a definition, and we can also help you know these words, because these are just educational terms that we throw around, like, is there any finger point reading? Are you being precise? What's phonemic awareness? What's rhyme? What's multiple literacies? Terms I think you already know, and I didn't want to waste your time to go over them. So I put 3 handouts on that you can go over them, and it tells what they are too. Like we just did right now, tabula rasa, a literally blank slate, or scaffolding. So those are just for your own benefit. If you don't know some of them, we'll be glad to help you know them, but I think you'll hear them in your educational meetings and in your books and so forth. So that's why they are there. Any questions about those? They're just there for your use if you need them. If you don't need them, skip them. Okay, now let's go to the modulars. We're just going to do something on reading for the next little while that we have before we go home. The handouts from reading, I put strategies number 13, 14, and 15. There's additional strategies that people have shared with me and I share with you. You may find one you've never heard of that's going to be effective for you. If you go to reading number 1, I want to show you that reading is more than just reading words. You have to have sense and meaning. So if you will go to reading number 1, it says, can you read this? I'd like you to read this little page. It's just one page in big writing. And after you read it, tell me what it's about. So read this. Any questions where we're at? We're on reading number 1. Can you read this? It's just a one-page handout. It's something you're familiar with. You read it and then tell me, what is it about? Because does it have sense and meaning to you? I'd be willing to bet you can read these words. Some of them you may not be familiar with, some of them you might be. Who wants to speak up and tell me, what is this about?
This is
Paula,
Teresa.
you're laughing. Oh, Teresa,
Yeah.
what is it?
I think it's washing clothes.
Exactly. Go ahead. Tell us what you think.
I don't know. Levation for some reason reminds me of washing clothes, but purgation, that makes me think of like turning of the agitator. It talks about an appliance. And I know that softeners are used in washing clothes. Raiment is a clothing. It talks about combining hues, like colors. So those are kind of my clues. So I don't totally understand everything, but parts of it.
You're right. See how she's picking out clues of things she knows, skipping the words she doesn't know, trying to make sense out of it. Do you ever hand out handouts to your students so they feel the same way? They know those words, but there's no sense and meaning to it. So reading is more than just saying words. That's exactly right. Jesse, did that make sense to you as a gentleman? We hate to call on you, but did that make sense to you?
No. I picked out a few words though. That's good, right?
That's good. That's good. Yeah. But that's my point is when we teach reading, we're teaching more than just saying those words, aren't we? We have to teach meaning. So the next handouts are for your benefit. We're not going to go through all of them because some of them you'll know and some of them will be interesting to you and some won't. We'll just go down them so you can see what they are. There's a poem about how important a reading mother is or father. You could say, I had a father who read to me, or you could say, I had a mother who read to me. But how important it is, as we've talked about, to have that connection. So that's the reading number 2 handout. Reading number 3 is called Helping Children Become Reading. And it's comes from Ray Reitzel, who teaches at BYU, and now he's at the University of Wyoming. And his ideas, if you were in his classes, of how to encourage reading at any age. It applies from K through seniors, through college. These are good advice. Handout number 4 is, what do children need from us? We are in kind of a time of calamity right now. What do children need from us? Justin Minkle, who I don't know, it says, we may not have all the answers, but we can give the children our care and our presence. So no matter what age you teach, this is critical because maybe this is a reason they're not catching on to whatever you're trying to help them learn. Number 5 is, when should children begin to read? This was a landmark article. It came out in 1931. Was anybody alive in 1931? I wasn't. But there was a landmark, and it's been a landmark ever since. Every class that they teach at the Y studies these people. What do children need, and when should they? So when you have time, if you're interested, enjoy that article. Number 14 is the history of reading practices. And it just shows how we've come through from 1950 through the 60s, through the 70s, up until what we're doing now. Right now we have a heightened interest in hypermedia, classroom discourse, learning with the text, from the text. We're trying to look at motivation and effect. We talked that affective filter. We're looking at researchers, and there's lots of research going on. And engaged means active and willing students. So those are some of the stages where the reading has gone through. Number 7 is how to build language skills. Some good ideas on building language skills. Sometimes we get children that can read, and their language shows it or doesn't show it. So it just gives you some ideas through the different ages, especially you, Ashley, with your little ones. Look at some of these things to see if they can understand the who, what, where questions. The next one is called developmental and language stages, what they should do at different ages. Receptive, expressive, things that they do. So if you have children at home, see if they're going through these stages, or children in your classrooms. Next one is called first grade reading. And it was in 1967, as one of the big researchers. People that are doing active research always use Bond and Dijkstra. Dijkstra, I guess his last name is. They had some great ideas, land-breaking ideas in 1967. So you can see how far we've come or haven't come. Then this next one is birth to 3 years old, birth to third grade. It's developmental stages. So if you're teaching or if you have children in your home, look and see if your 3-year-old can do these things, your 4-year-old, your 5-year-old, your classrooms. These are stages that they need to go through. Sometimes they only go through the stage maybe for one day, but they need to go through all these stages in order to be an effective reader, they said. Number 11 is how to talk with kids. It's one of these articles that you could report on if that was something you'd like to do. These are just handouts for you rather than the text, because I think these are much more relevant than we're reading about Kristen all the time, because these are current today. Meeting struggling first grade writers' needs. Could say second grade there, could say third grade there, could say eighth grade there. They don't know how to be a great writer. Number 12 is about second grade reading strategies. It's a PowerPoint that a student had to do, of course, when they were in the classes on campus. And it's effective and has some great ideas from an experienced teacher that may or may not help you. Number 14 talks about a novice reader. What is a novice reader and a novice writer? You have them no matter what age you're teaching. No matter what age, you have novice people in your classroom. And then the next one is about an experimenter, which is the next stage up. They're starting to experiment like Kristen did, started to draw and do other things. And then the next one is a conventional reader. And we all go through these stages. We must go through these stages. If that doesn't download for you, go to download right here and it will download because it's a long one. But those are things that you can look for milestones with the children you're working with. The American Reading Instruction also has some great articles, a little deeper than some of the other articles, but if you go to download, it will download that for you. And then the Pendulum of Teaching Reading is another handout for you. So I've tried to put lots of handouts that the book had, but the book had them dated. And these are current things. Current things. All right, let's go back to our modulars. I think we're just about through for the evening, and we'll give you time to post things, but let's make sure we've covered everything to your satisfaction. First of all, we talked about the agenda and our book and that little quiz, a presentation cycle. Then we talked about theorists. We talked about Kristen. We talked about some strategies. We talked about being a better parent or teacher of the young. We talked about some keywords and feedback. There's some strategies listed there. Then I put lots of reading handouts. We all use different reading programs. And so they're effective in as much as you've been trained to use them. So that's our handouts for this evening. Any questions or concerns before I turn it over to you that you can write? Let me show you a couple of new books that are out. This one's called Reading to Make a Difference. How to use literature, no matter what age, to help students speak freely, think deeply, and take actions, coming from this Heinemann Company. This is a great company for resources. Again, just a small book, I think a $10 book. This is some of you for the older students. Do I have to teach reading? Content comprehension, grades 6 through 12. Chris Tavoni is one of the big experts. So if you look up his name, I really recommend anything he writes. Do I really have to teach reading? And of course, some of you that are older, I'm not a reading teacher. But here are some strategies to teach literacy in the content areas. Because we're all reading teachers, no matter what we do. We're all reading teachers. So those are just some of the resources I wanted to show you. Any comments or questions before I turn it over to you now so that you can do your posting?
The two books that you shared earlier, literature-based reading activities, and then the children's literature and the reading program.
Mm-hmm.
If I were to if I wanted to buy one of those, which one would you recommend?
This one is more current than this one.
Okay.
Yeah, this has some good little quick activities, just little quickies. Just little quickies. So if that's what you're looking for, just a quick, I like the anticipation guide. You probably already know that and used it before. So it's a quick little example. This one's a little deeper and tells how to encourage in the 21st century. It's a little more up to date.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any comments or questions? Okay, the time is yours now. You can go to your Canvas if you have time now and do your posting. If not, we'll see you next week at 4:30 again.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. If you go to discussions now, you'll find April 13th, class 2. Right there, class 2. So does everybody see where to go? It's the very top one right here, class 2, April 20th. Pat, post your discussion. If you want to stay and do it now, if you don't, I'll see you next week. I will be here till 7:30, and then I have to clean out this room so they can have meetings at 8 o'clock.
Louise, will you remind me? I know you've said this, but do we need to also post an April 20th extended learning strategy share?
No, that's unless you do it that night, unless you want to do yours
Okay.
that night.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Other than
That's
that,
just
it's
any
just discussion like we're discussing now. You'll get credit for it.
Okay, perfect.
So, Louise, just to follow up on her question that kind of led to mine, like I shared tonight, but I posted online. So that means I don't need to post it online again. Is that right?
No, you don't. I'll give you credit for it. Yeah.
Okay, so for the
Unless you wanna
next
do it
few
10
weeks.
times.
Okay, so for the next few weeks, then it's just like
Yeah, just
I guess sharing verbally.
Yeah, just sharing.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. I don't want to overburden you with unnecessary work.
That's much appreciated.
Ashley Rex, did you ever connect? Ashley Rex. Oh.
and that's over.